Um, um, It's the Pacific Theater of Operations 2, P.T.O. 2 for the Super Nintendo. I played the heck out of this game growing up. There are only the evils of humans in this game. Well, I have this nice little scene showing details of a bunch of the different warships that were there in World War II. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Gami is now a type of frigate. Pretty cool. I'm trying to. It's one more. So something that's cool with this game too is they have a lot of like scenarios that you can finish in a shorter amount of time, where you have like particular goals to meet. 8 to 10,000 were heavy cruisers then. How they're frigates. But there's also like longer campaigns that go all the way to the end of the war from some starting point. I really like to play from the brink of war and basically play it all out. 1932, Japan seized Manchuria and established a new puppet regime called Manchukuo. Following their blueprint for the Greater East Asia Coke Prosperity Sphere, Japan sought complete control over Eastern Asia. They pushed the China incident and advanced into French Indonesian territories. Expansionist policies adopted by Japan brought the... Okay, I tried to read it. I was reading it too slow. About 8,000 displacement. Damn. Okay, we'll do this one as USA. We'll go on beginner difficulty level. Let's do with the default stuff. We'll choose if we want to watch battles or not. Battles on. US-Japan negotiations have broken down. Be prepared for hostile actions from the Japanese within a matter of days. Japanese movements suggest military and naval operations near the Philippines and Malay. However, we can't seem to locate their carrier forces. We must keep an eye out for them. Alright, we're going to be a bit busy at the beginning here. Cancel your orders. We gotta rearrange all of our stuff. So we're also going to be busy this month trying to move everything we can back to Hawaii as quickly as Actually, you know what? I'm just going to cancel. We're going to do for some of this. Rhonda has given me a cookie. Because our fleets start a little bit funky. Or like the first fleet's nothing but battleships. We don't want a fleet built that way. We're gonna pop everything into our little infinite void pocket ships. And we can do that for fleets that are parked at Hawaii, because that's our home port. You know, like this one's all, I think, heavy cruisers. Oh, and some light cruisers. Okay. I think it's like a fleet of all 8 battle cruisers. Or, yeah, like battleships. You can only have up to 8 ships in a fleet. We'll absolutely wreck shit, but it's like entirely vulnerable to submarines because you have no anti-sub capabilities then in the fleet. That mainly comes from light cruisers and destroyers. Okay, because not all cruisers have depth charges. I just get a little bit confused in telling, like, or how to tell which ones have and which ones don't. Have transport, so gotta take care of that fleet, which is slightly different. So back into sign and take that fleet. Go back into sign here. So we dumped every boat that was in the Hawaii's docks into the reserves. I'm gonna gather at least one fleet here. Let's see. Toss these two in. To figure out which one of these are heavy cruisers and which are not. Which is not easy to tell through the interface here, so I'm using a tool that I have built to look at the bunch of the information in the game, but in a table, real quick, just to confirm like what our heavy cruisers are out of this list. So Quincy is one. Okay, so the Vincennes. These last ones. That means we have 8 of them right now. Serve. Last 3 heavy cruisers into the fleet, and then a couple of destroyers. Well, sailing on course. Okay, well, I'm gonna take over because I'm going to make sure that you sail as fast as you can. So we can give them broad orders, like move to Hawaii, right? Which is what I want them to do. But fleets and pretty much anything, air forces, ground units have mobility points, right? So for fleets, the number of mobility points they have is based on the slowest speed ship in the fleet. For like ground units, it's only one mobility point, and for air forces, like base air forces, I think it's like 8 or 10. Um, so fleets generally on automated orders, or like delegated orders, will not use all of their points in a turn. Sometimes they do, but not all the time. So by stepping in here manually, I can use all 12 points to move as far as I can in that turn. Because we're not at war, there's no need to like, be stingy, essentially, with those mobility points. I'm gonna give this one set of transports some fuel, and then we're gonna manually to Hawaii. Pretty much same with any other fleet. We need to move over there. We've got a whole bunch over here in the Philippines as well that we're gonna want to recall, so these guys I might move. Sorry, I could move myself. I think we can just do fuel. So, those guys. It's more our carriers that I wanna concerned about because 2 of them I think start like all the way back the other side of the Panama Canal. So that's a bit of an issue. So fleet. 14th fleet is over just over here. 15th fleet's down at Panama already. And this fleet is slow. So I might actually break it up so I can get the carrier a little bit faster. I don't think I've actually tried that before. I might try that. I think that's everybody. I don't really see a need to do anything with our submarines. Just let them do what they're doing. Marines, they're chilling, they're fine. Just change up our personnel. Get you guys off the fleets you're on real quick. Nobody on the 4th page signed anything to start. Get you on the 1st fleet. Oh, 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 oh. Why is it a bit on the loud side? I can turn it down. Second. Alright, I cut it down to like half volume. I go a little bit lower. Sound settings. 30%. Yeah, the first turn is just really long as well, because it's like there's just a whole lot to set up in the beginning. Stay on board. So yeah, like we can see they get experience for fleets and for air forces, depending on what they're assigned to. Putting everybody on base Air Force assignment until I start to build the fleets that I actually want to have. At which point then folks will be assigned. So that's all the bases that we have for assignment. I'm not going to assign anybody to Marines. I think it does help a little bit, but it's not like the thing. What even are our goals right now on this first month? Defend Hawaii, defend Guam, and defend Manila. Well, war doesn't break out in this month, it can't, so I think I have done everything I need to for this turn. We'll go ahead and end our move phase. Yeah, repetitive music, that's a thing with games from this era. On your Super Nintendo and your Nintendo, like, doesn't have a whole lot of space for music. So you basically get like one tune for each thing. Now, there's 2 different phases to a turn. There's the move phase and there's the plan phase. So the things that you can do when manually directing fleets and forces and stuff changes depending on which phase it is. So like move phase, you know, like obviously, like it says, and like you saw me doing, you can move, you can supply, and things like that, of that nature. Plan phase, you can scout and say, hey, attack this fleet I found, or, you know, shell this base, and that sort of thing. Supplies to execute command, on supplies to execute the command, so we have to supply first. Leaving the second transport empty and in anticipation of putting soldiers on it. Which we which we could do now. I'd load the first Marines in manual. So you can only have up to 4 land forces at any one base or post. Right there. So I gotta continue to sail these guys. So that's the 2 fleets. To art. So I think a lot more to the. Ah! That was so much louder in the game. You just startled me. Thank you for that, Carl. That was good. That legit made me jump. That startled me. You don't have to apologize. That was funny. We're all in there. Should have just gone in the base. Fleet. To debark is if there are land forces in the fleet's transports, you can choose to have them get off of the transport and be on the base, so long as there are less than 4 military units, like land forces, at the base. There's a few other concepts I'll talk about them as they become relevant to what's going on in the game. There's also weather in the game that it can impact combat and such. So pretty much like if there is, you'll notice like when you're looking at a fleet and stuff, like the background, when I was looking at the fleet, shows pretty clear skies and be like cloudy with the clouds in the background. That is actually reflective of the weather in this square that the fleet is in. If I hit select on this screen, I can also see pops up this thing and it moves depending on where the cursor is. It's in the top left right now, so I can see it is cloudy over New Orleans and these two, the circles are posts in these two posts here. So like if it were rainy, I wouldn't be able to deploy air forces there or like scout or do anything with air forces. It can also make it harder. So like say it's cloudy here, but if there's an enemy fleet over in this here where it's rainy, sure, we could scout and find them, but the rainy weather will actually give them some cover and make them harder to find. So there's a lot of strategy behind this game that is pretty cool. I'm trying to churn through the early game turns here. So like this fleet right now, it only has 8 mobility points. I don't like that. It's because of the battleships. The battleships are super slow in this particular fleet. So I'm gonna pull the carrier out into a fleet on its own, so it can go just that little bit faster. Split the transports between the two. Split the materials equally. Should be set both. Yep. Right. And then if I look at that, so that now occupies fleet 2. I probably should have. It's gonna be a little bit annoying too, but it's alright. It has mobility points of 11, so we can get that home. And it's alright, the battleships will be a little bit slow. It's fine. Alright. Nope. 15. Which is good. You know, I also could give delegated orders for everything to get home. I could. Would be faster a little bit, but maybe I should do that for the things that don't have our carrier forces. So I want the carrier forces to zip home. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Then I don't have to manually command everything. Nothing to do on plan here. Now we can do some things with you. So the USA in this scenario starts with a technology for their ships. Anti-air radar, which gives a small boost to your verse air. I don't think it reflects on the stat sheet, but it reflects in combat. Costs a little bit of money and supplies to put on the ship, and also takes 1 day with the ship dry docked. So if you order a ship, or a fleet rather, with damaged ships to supply at a base that has dry docks, it will automatically repair the damage, but it won't do any arms equipping. So arms equipping, you have to come through and do it in this manual process. Because I think you can get some arms that are incompatible with each other, or if you have one equipped, you can't do the other one down the road, so like it wouldn't know which one you wanted out of them. That's dry docked for a day. You are gonna... When you saw something on this NES. And didn't expect World War II Simulator. You expected Star Fox Level 3, but it was actually World War II Simulator. Yeah, I wanted to do something that was, I mean, it's active, but it's also kind of chill. It's not like reaction speed active. So, that's why it wasn't Star Fox tonight. World War II Spreadsheet Simulator, except the spreadsheet software is somehow worse than Excel. Or worse than like your TI-89 graphing calculator. Although I have written an application. It reads the memory from this game in this emulator to make looking at the swaths of information that are available in this game a little bit easier, since there's a lot of like downtime with loading screens in the actual game's interface. So I do have that up. I can reference things on a larger scale faster, or like for example, confirming if ships in a fleet are damaged or not. I could, for example, hop. You didn't make me jump this time. But I can jump to this, to this screen, go into info here, and then scroll info. And then here, like, things would be red if they were hurt. Right, like if it was damaged, the 4 numbers where it says, like, for example, at the Saratoga here, the 7667, that's its hull strength. At the bow, port, starboard, and the rear? What the fuck that's called? But anyway. So, like, if any of those were damaged, then those numbers would be red. I like how these could have scout planes, or planes on them, but they don't have any planes. So it's red. There we're saying 0 planes. Sending the sound redeems. I do need to get some more of those set up. I don't quite remember, and I might want to try and figure it out on my own. Again, how to access the black hole from the level 1 asteroid belt. I think you have to destroy like certain small asteroids, but I didn't remember seeing anything that looked like what I was supposed to destroy. I forget like which, or maybe it's like certain golden ones or something. I forget exactly how you trigger it. Like Okay, so 10, 11, and 12, I know I'm going to order. So I'm going to do it through this menu, which will be a little bit faster. Or of asteroids, the red ones. Oh, yeah, that's right, but you have to shoot them all at the... That's right. Fly through the gap. Okay, I thought there was something with that. When I went through that level, I couldn't quite remember. Get your ass over to Hawaii. So I can put you in reserve until there's a fleet I want to put together. You in it. You have a carrier, so you're a manual. You do not have a carrier, so I order you. Cool. First one goes to level 2 Sector Y. Second exit goes to level 3 Macbeth. Third exit goes to level 1 Venom Orbit. And the 15th Fleet, we can also just move. Yeah. There are a few other music tracks that'll come up. The one for the monthly conferences is kind of cool. Alright. I think there's a couple of fleets that I need to still manually order. Let's go path through the game since you stay on level 1. Skip straight to the end. That's everything we want to order. Great. Ta-da! There on plan phase. Armada is a really cool stage. Regular formation is ideal in your flagship. Okay, so ships that need to be dry docked. So let's fuck with our fleet formation. So it's in vertical right now. On R buttons to change the formation. We're gonna go just circular. Horizontal is pretty good for defending this carrier as well. I'm gonna do... No, so you can play as the Japanese. You can actually play as both sides. So, like, you could do 2 players. Although, it's like... You can't really hide each other's information, what you're doing from each other when you do 2-player. But yeah, the game focuses on Japan versus USA. So there are other countries in it. like Australia, Thailand, China, Soviet Union, etc. They can only start to war if Japan and USA wars, and then only if Japan or USA declare war on them or ask for them to join the war and they agree to do so. So that's why I say both sides, because from the game's perspective, there's the USA side, and then there is the Japanese side, in terms of who can come out victor. So there are Japanese boats and such, like the computer is playing the Japanese side right now. I chose to just play USA. I mean, I could play against myself. Still fun with this. This is a Koei game. Koei. They also made the Nobunaga's Ambition series. I like to play the NES version of the first Nobunaga's Ambition. So I like a lot of their stuff. Yes. Japanese company made it, yes. It's a little too far. Might have to step away for a minute to feed the cats. I'll try to get us to different music before. So I think it's my turn to feed. Ignore anyone but the US. They merged with Tecmo. Okay, there's why. Oh, whoops. Ah, shit. Hold on, I gotta redo that. Could have gone like a little bit further. And now we did. Right next to Panama. Well, the Panama Canal. I mean to go to info. Yeah, here's more spreadsheets and stuff. They have information on the tanks that are available as well. And you invest in technology, and so over time you can unlock more things, like newer tanks and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. As a kid, he played Storm Across Europe. Because the AO was really bad, you needed a human player to play as Germany. Yeah, the AI has a lot of problems in this game as well. It really does not craft its fleets well. It doesn't do like a big reorder like I'm trying to do here of the fleets at the beginning. It just starts with the fleets that it has. So like if you play Japan, or play as Japan, and have the computer control the USA, it will just field that first fleet. That's all 8 battleships. And so if you can catch it with a submarine, it's just fucked. Especially because the Japanese submarines, at least in the beginning of the game, are way more effective in combat. Because they have oxygen torpedo technology from the get-go. But also, like, as they build ships and try to replenish their forces, they tend to, over time, just make stupider and stupider fleets. So you're organized, you are fixed up. Oh, you might need, scout ships. You're full on aircraft. So actually, yeah, the first fleet's just good, but we can just have a chill. at Hawaii. There's no need to rush it out right now. Wait, Tecmo, called Team Ninja made a game that's near and dear to your heart. Metroid Other M. And that meme it constantly. See, here's a situation. This fleet, I was trying to avoid that, is in a thunderstorm. And because it's in that severe weather, cannot do anything due to the storm. I can't even sail. So it's stuck there for the day until that storm clears up. Hopefully by the next day. Just remember this fleet's here, so just came down, scooched down here manually. I don't think we have to actually stop at Panama. I think we can cross through it. If we couldn't, it would yell at us and be like, you cannot pass through land. Although actually, in this you can. If you really want to. There is a bug that you can take advantage of to bring a fleet onto land. So, like, just as a silly example, it would take forever to do it, but you could bring a fleet from the West Coast all the way, like, over here and shell Chicago from a fleet. If you really wanted to. It's 100% not worth it, but you could do it. Vikings did just pick the boat up and carry it. Basically, if you make like tiny movements like this over top of land, it doesn't yell at you that you can't move across land. So you can just inch your way across the game screen to travel across land with a fleet. But now something else that's really cool about this game. So we're playing from the brink of war scenario, which starts right before the war broke out between the Japanese and the USA. There are, so while it's supposed to be like, you know, a broad campaign where you basically play out the entire war, there are special scenarios and special things that can happen if the right conditions are met. So Germany is one of the countries that you can bring into the war, but they don't have any bases or anything. Because they really weren't involved with the war in the Pacific. They were mainly involved in the war in Europe. But if the right conditions are met, and I don't remember what those conditions are off the top of my head, you can make a fleet from Germany appear into the game. That would be like a speech. And then like the fleet will join in. And I think part of that is you have to get, there's conferences that'll come up that you'll see and I'll talk about more when they happen. But in those conferences, you have to like choose how many divisions you draft. And so I think part of the triggers to get the German fleet to happen is that the USA has to consistently draft less than 3 or less than 2 units for Europe. So basically it's like Germany has to be crushing the war in Europe so hard that they're able to send a fleet over to the Pacific as well to help out with the campaign over here. And that's really hard to do because the USA like has a ton of industry and a ton of resources, especially when you start bringing in like Australia and Holland and England into the war on their side. So this is the report for the monthly meeting. That's all the stuff that we're going to have to split. So there's 12 Navy bases, 5 Army bases. The GNP of the country at this start of this meeting, 73. And then that's how much budget and supplies we have to split. Would not be able to send ships to the Pacific. So Japan has done its meeting and supply distribution. Now it's our turn. Get the smooth jazz music. Headquarters hereby orders you to attend this month's conference. Attendance is imperative. You should come prepared. President requests that you attend the conference. Will you attend? Yes. So basically the meetings where strategic decisions are made, it's a card game. So these are, everybody starts off with a different amount of power at the table. This is what you get at the start. And depending on what you do through the month, determines on if you gain influence, i.e. you gain cards for your hand, or you lose influence, i.e. lose cards for your hand. We're going to begin this month's conference. If you would, gentlemen. I would like to start with foreign policy. There's much tension in the international arena, so I'd like to hear everyone's opinion. I'd like to submit my proposal. You got the president. Take a quick snapshot of that, so I can keep in mind what he's doing. Staff would like to submit my proposal. I could jump on that. Secretary of Treasury. So this the Chief of Staff. He's in charge of the army. Secretary of State would like to submit my proposal. It's not a bad one either, actually, but I think we'll just go with Chief of Staffs. You must declare war on Japan before you can declare war on any other countries. Eighth. Negotiations with England. And negotiations with the Soviet Union. That'll be our proposal. I'd like to submit my proposal. And according to that of the Chief of Staff. Staff? Think? Or are you addressing me again? Or what was the question again? Mr. Secretary of State, if you care at all for our country, please reconsider your proposal. I think I need to devise a new proposal. So you can see who has a proposal by like the little sheet of paper that's in front of each person. And there are different type of cards. So plan cards let you submit a plan if you don't have one in front of you, or amend your plan if you do have one in front of you. Refuse cards let you refuse other card like persuasion cards. So there are cards like what we saw the Chief of Staff use, where you make them just drop their proposal, so then they could, if it comes time to vote, they would choose someone. But there's also ones where like you like a direct card where you ask that person directly, hey, support my proposal. So if they've got a refuse card, they can refuse it. So bide plays into the way that the rounds work. So up at the top, there's like this little coin looking thing to me, right, where it's right next to the date. And it says 13 on it. So every round that's discussed, there's 15 minutes, quote unquote. And basically each turn takes 1 minute. Bide uses up a random amount of time between some minimum amount and some maximum amount. I'm not exactly sure what these are. There's also a counter to bide called extend that a person could play to request more time, and then you can get like between 3 and 10 minutes or something like that added back onto the time, up to a maximum of 15 minutes. So I think we are just going to play our bide here though. So there's cards like Unify, where you ask everybody to support your proposal. So the Secretary of Treasury here is playing that. The Secretary of State agrees. President's going to refuse. Chief of Staff is going to agree, so we lost our ally, but we can refuse. He just threw that card away, didn't play it. President's going to go for a Unify. We still have a refuse, so we can keep the round alive at least. Secretary of Treasury can refuse as well. Chief of Staff is going to submit a plan, which is going to rejoin him with us. Maybe we'll plead the president. Okay, we kicked him off of his plan. Chief of Staff refuses to plead there. that the president's going to resubmit. So I think the Secretary of the Treasury is going to go, or sorry, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs is going to go with president. So, oh no, you went with the Secretary of State, went with us. Okay. 3. Got war on the 28th. Right. So, strategic plans are part of what plays into card obtaining or loss. I like the Chief of Staff plan. It's not bad. After Marshall and Gilbert. Just in Gilbert isn't that bad either, but I think I'm gonna go with the Chief of Staff. We could do our own plan as well, but if you like what somebody is doing, I skipped past what she said, but that's alright. So on this screen, and we can look at this in the game as well, bases are connected to certain other bases for supply lines. So you can send supplies and transports to a base as long as they are connected to your home base. So for the USA, the home base is Hawaii for the Navy, and for Japan, the home base for the Navy is Kure. So as long as there is some path through bases to that home base, then you can resupply that base. And between connected bases, troops can move without like needing a fleet. If you are looking at the net here and there are bases that are blinking, though, that indicates those bases are cut off and you cannot resupply them. There's also the concept of, so what decides like how much money a country has to split at these conferences, how many supplies the country has to split. That is based on bases that produce ore, which we can look at here, and bases that produce oil, which we can also look at here. So the more bases that are blue, that produce oil, the more supplies we get each month. Especially if we stock a lot of transports at those bases. In addition to that, oftentimes those bases overproduce, so like not everything that it produces gets sent into the conference, and so that excess sits on the base. This is just the distribution of material on all the bases. Currently, this is where all our units are. This is where all of our units are at the moment. But I liked what the Chief of Staff did, so I'm just going to put that in. Go for Marshall. Gilbert. Because taking Marshall caused Gilbert to be cut off. Take it, and we'll just save the shirt. Granted, as the Navy doing everything in the Army doesn't have any responsibility that month, but that's fine. They'll do their own. Staff whipping out that Unify. Lead the Secretary of State, because that's all we can. See if we can knock him off. I think we can grab the president real quick here. That'll be enough to win, yeah. Okay. Now we'll get to the budget. During the budget, please consider what is best for both the country and the military. Let's look at his proposal. Something I like to do is the chief of staff is always an asshole. Always wants way more money for the army and less money for the navy. I like to do the opposite of what he does here and try to win. You do not need to allocate more than 125,000 for technology. Oh, we don't even have that much to spend. We're gonna say 13 for the navy. 6 for the army. 1,000 for foreign budget, 5,000 for bases, and 8,000. So it's basically the chief of staff's proposal, except we flip the navy and the army budget just to say fuck you to him. And I tend to do the same thing for the draft. Secretary of Treasury, I disagree. Let's reconsider the implications of your proposal. I need to advise you to proposal. The lines are so funny to just read. Have anything we can here? That's the president. Will the president tell us what he thinks? See me? What was the question again? You're talking about my proposal is the only. I see what you're trying to accomplish with this proposal. You have my support. Need like a direct or something. I guess that's something. We're not even gonna get to play it on the budget. I think the president's gonna end up winning because I believe he has the Secretary of the Treasury. I mean, that's not bad. It's 8,000 for us and a decent amount for technology. We will submit our ideas for technology. So with technology, there's 5 different categories. It's espionage, which is the technology of information gathering, increase in spy technology, improves the capacity of electronic weapons, and the success rate of searching for enemies. Spy technology also affects the success rate of espionage activities. There's naval tech. So the technology of developing advanced warships. An increase in naval technology shortens the time to repair or build ships and increases the rate of successful torpedo hits. I believe it also unlocks the ability to design your own warships. Aeronautics, which is the technology of developing advanced aircraft. It affects the rate of determining successful hits in an air battle. We've got weaponry. Technology of building new weapons. It affects the rate of determining successful hits in battles. An increase in weaponry increases your land force's attacking strength and a weapon's rate of successful hits. And then there's industry. Your industrial technology affects the costs to build and repair weapons. An increase in industry decreases the cost to build warships and aircraft, and increases the number of divisions you may draft. So, to maintain the level of each technology, you need to put at least 500 budget to category. If you put less than that, the level will drop. If you put 500, the level will not. So what I like to do is basically put everything into the lowest technology. So aeronautics is only at level 13. We're going to put 6,000 budget at it. Then everything else will get 500. So everything else will stay the same level, and aeronautics should get a really good jump. This topic is fuel distribution. Please remember that how we allocate our supply seriously affects our G. So you're going to say 10 and 12, say 10 and 14. So we're going to say 14 and 10. Navy and Army supplies should be distributed at 2-to-1 ratio, and that's not what they ever try to do. This does also kind of almost feel like I'll play anything that's like a war strategy turn-based game except for Civ. It's like whip out like this old Super Nintendo one. Like, could be playing Civ 4, but nope. World War II simulator. Although, to be fair, I didn't actually think of Civ 4 until now, but I was just, like, thinking about it in context. It's kind of funny. Oh, damn. This one's gonna be undecided and go to the Senate or whatever. Cannot agree on a plan. This case will be sent to Congress. I forget how that works then, if it's just random or if it always picks the presidents if his was around. Actually, no one of his would have to be around. That concerns the draft. Our current GMP, we can draft up to 28 divisions of troops. It's 19. Japan has the atomic bomb first. They're going 1-2-4. We get 2-1-4. I don't even think we got a turn that last meeting, or that last round. You need to dispatch at least 3 divisions. What do you think? Sorry, redressing me. Question again. You're the treasury. What are you doing? You're doing only 2 troops to Europe. Sorry, Mr. Chief of Staff, I have 2 refuses. About 3 minutes on that extend. Secretary of Treasury, pop us off there. This is the last topic. So the Chief of Staff got snatched up by the President. Dang. I need like a I need to draw a persuasion card. Okay, we got a direct. President down. Pop a plan now. As long as he didn't get a refuse, if we get our turn, let's get another chance to draw. Go for the Secretary of the Treasury. I think pretty much everybody's out of refuses. Is this round gonna end? Why are there so many extends out? Crap. Jeez, the president just keeps playing them. Just keep getting playing cards too, can't. Right now, getting extended a bit is good. Need to get a persuasion card, so yeah. Guess the Secretary of State. Weirdest strategy mechanic you've seen. I can't get any persuasion cards. Dang. Alright, finally. Runs out of time. Support our own proposal. 1, 2. We have 1, 2. So that's gonna go to a vote again with the president being a wild card. So who's the president gonna support? Okay, president supports our proposal. Our proposal wins. We get 2 divisions, you get 1 army. Get wrecked, you wanted it the other way around. It's our meeting. As usual, I'd like the Chief of Naval Operations and the Chief of Staff to submit their plans for new armaments. Let us pray for our country and the men in battle and adjourn this month's conference. Thank you for attending. And now we get a new little tune here. So we can have up to 99 transports in reserve, so we're going to go ahead and build up to that. We're going to start construction of some warships here, because really, another problem with the US ship makeup here is we only have like big, heavy carriers. We don't really have carriers just for like providing support, or a fleet that's more meant to get into it themselves with the ships, right? Basically, we have carriers. We don't have any light carriers. So I think I'm going to start production of some of those, so that way our heavier carrier planes, because like for example, there are carriers classes here that we have that can do 90 planes, 99 planes, 84 planes, 99 planes. But then you have these lighter ones where it's like 45, right? That's more meant for packs, squadrons of fighters to protect. So build one of these. The current playing what SRTS game no one has ever heard of Road Command. Simulations, they don't stop halfway. They go the distance. Like the player's time in a time-consuming, pointless manner. With my sake. So that's for one fleet. Build another one of these. To me, these are kind of important to get up off the ground. You can also type in a custom name. My brother, who's older than me, grown up, we would play this game a lot, and he would make chips that like have like my names and then sucks or is dumb and stuff like that. Like it takes months to build ships, right? Like that. Those are both going to take 5 months to build. And so like it would take a long time before I would start to see ships with those names, and it would crack my brother up. So there is already one building, so that'll be 3 of those. I think I want to build aircraft next. A squadron of planes in this can have up to 20. So is that 40? So typically, so planes have different armaments. They can have guns, bombs, or torpedoes. Typically, FF is your fighters, and those are just going to have guns. FB are your bombers, so they're going to have guns or bombs. You can equip them. And then FAs are fleet attackers. They're going to be the ones that can equip torpedoes if you want. But they can also, again, use guns and bombs. You will take your politics simulation and you will like it. Japan was all for this kind of gameplay, slow as it might be. These baby 50 caliber. So planes have different properties. They have different operational ranges, different power, like how strong they are in combat. Different material costs and monetary costs to build. You had to sit in the Hyperion and discuss with each member like your strategy, and it was a frickin' card game. Oh, and NS is Naval Scout. So those are the scouting ships. Warner wants more minerals for the air power, but Tychus wants more marines. Stedman wants you to put more resources toward more advanced units. Then you have to decide how many drop ships to make, how many wraiths to make for the whole month of games that you're going to be playing. We're going to do one more set planes here on the scouts. Because we're going to need a decent amount of money for repairs. And we get to also place spies. Didn't send out any spies last month. So spies will report on ships going in and out of ports, and also let you see like how the supplies and some additional information about the base. But they can get caught as well. So we're gonna go with Kure because that's the home port. And then I guess we can do Truk because Truk does have dry docks. And then I guess Marcus. That's like a more forward base. Right. We'll do that. Game where the AI decides you are a moron and overrules your decisions. This would not be hugely popular. And the decisions it make tend to run the country into the ground. And if you can't win the round, well, too bad. You can't stop them from doing it. It's just like real life, man. Right next to Midway. Yeah, we're going to war this month. You know what? I do have to feed the cats. Actually, something I want to do real quick too before I hand all the fleets and everything. We need to redistribute our supplies and transports and stuff. I like to do that on the 1st of the month. After the meeting and everything, just redistribute everything a bit. Politics isn't bad as a game idea. I can see just, or you can just see how it would be infuriating to deal with in a strategy war game. Right. 5,000 on the bases that have Rhinox. Drop that down to just 1,000. And that's an ore and oil producing base, Chicago. So that will um, each month have a bit of excess that we can take supplies off of it for, or from. We don't need that many supplies at this base, so down to just 1,000. We just have New Orleans and Panama now. And then once I do this, then I'm gonna think. Oops, no. Right. Supply amount. Okay. Right. Be right back in a couple of minutes here. Balance of Power? I did not play Balance of Power now. I'll be right back. I gotta get the cat some food. Alright, I'm back. Late 80s thought-provoking game. I'm not familiar with it. Now we gotta sail the fleets we're doing manually for the moment. I'll take the transports off. And then we can unassign that. And then assign a new one. Nope, we're gonna put all these in reserve. Now we'll start up the second. Oh wait, no, we can't because it's all the way over. Alright, I guess we'll wait a bit. Gotta get the second fleet over to us. Or maybe I could spend a turn and turn that second fleet into the third fleet. Actually, with that being the case... Oops, shit. I didn't mean to go. You're right here, so I'll just do the sail on you, but I could just put everybody else under move orders because we're dependent on that carrier that I split. Get into Hawaii before I could do anything else because it's occupying the second fleet slot, and I want that slot for the next fleet, so... This is my fault. This is my fault. Maybe fix it, but it would waste a turn for the fleet. I don't know. We'll see. And I could put it together, the next fleet together as the third fleet instead of the second fleet. Ooh, that's the second fleet. Ow. See if I can convert the second fleet to the third fleet. That's just a single ship. Do org. Oh no, I can't do org fleet. Just formation. Alright, we just gotta. I mean, oh yeah, I can do org fleet. What do with yourself? Okay, I can move you over and make you the third fleet. That's kind of fun. I'll have to do it again to kick it over to the fourth fleet. Is that the third fleet? I forgot to do Air Force assignments. Shoot. Okay. Sens is the last. C. A. Mistaken. Yeah, that's the last heavy cruiser. Okay. Quincy's the last one, I think. Probably is the start of the light cruisers. Okay, they just got there, so they're not gonna do assignments yet. The supply orders on them, I think. And fleets 7 and 9. Get the fuel off, take the transports away, and then we can put the ships into reserve. Sign. I can take the fleets down. Some of our heavy cruisers back to the reserve. Good. In the reserve as well. There's something I'm gonna do to not. So what I did now, that carrier's kind of stuck in that spot. I was trying to get it faster, and this kind of backfiring because it took a lower fleet number. What I should have done is just made some fleets with a single. I also forgot to do Air Force again, so I'm gonna do the Air Forces now. I like to do like 2 divisions of fighters with 1 division of bomber and 1 division of attacker per airport on bases. Then I typically don't like to, and like scouts. Also typically don't like to supply airplanes directly to carriers because they will be low experience. And a lot of the times with the carrier you're gonna be going into combat. They won't really have time to just passively gain experience. So I like to assign from base airports onto carriers whenever possible to sort of mitigate that problem. Fighter squadron, so on another one. And we got 2 bomber squadrons and only 1 attacker, so we this last slot. It's 2 and 2. Yeah. Fighter, and then 2 bomber squadrons and attacker squadrons. On the Japanese side for planes, it's interesting because the Navy has some planes that start or that have the abbreviation LA. They're land attackers instead of fleet attackers, so they can have guns, bombs, or torpedoes like an fleet attacker, but they can only be put on base airports. They cannot go onto carriers at all. So it's interesting that they have that as an additional like plane type to have to build and maintain deployment of if you choose to use them. But they tend to have a very large range. So while they are like base exclusive, their range of operation is very high. Like another thing. Or selecting the wrong thing. So like they have their use. But it's tricky. Or it makes it harder then to get like aircraft onto your fleets off of base airports because they're taking up the space that would otherwise be taken up by a squadron that could go onto a fleet potentially. Uh, but Get fuel into the tanks here. Put the second Marines on to second transport. Assign another division to the home port. Now, really quick, what we're gonna do. Fourth Fleet. We have another carrier we could build into our fleet. So I'm just gonna toss a destroyer in quick. Achieve. So that we have a fourth fleet on record. I'm gonna do the same with the fifth fleet. So that I can move that carrier only fleet all the way to like 6. That should be safe. And we can put the destroyers in the 4th and 5th back. For material, and I can add 6. And then I can come in here and take those destroyers back into reserve. Shouldn't have to change which fleet of carrier is it again. Hit the wrong buttons on the control. Go ahead. See Colorado. 4 submarines. You have 16 submarines. That's the maximum number of submarines you can have. So there's and then the turn for the move phase. Plan phase. And our spot Krai base has been rested already. Nice. Yeah, we have to equip the anti-air radar on everybody. Fuel third fleet up. Okay. Now we can get this fleet sailing again. Just our assignments here a little bit. It's not very nice. Service. Good way. Okay. Circular carrier in the center. Like the carrier. Ships need the anti-air radar equipped. Dry docked. Let's check roll. Review. Yeah, you have planes, but you do need some planes through supply for scouts. Ships. Okay. I don't think I have a fourth carrier back. Mistaken. It's a Stevie. I was holding Stevie next to me. He's a good boy. Still don't even see the 14th fleet. Well, those guys didn't have scouts yet. Who knows? Wow, this fleet is ready to... Did not do formation yet, so it's circular here. There's the 14th Fleet. Japan could declare war on us anytime this month as well. So we could be the... Like, while we're going to declare war on the 28th, we could end up at war early if they do so. But it all depends on what went on in their conference. Let's see. I think the 8th is a day that can happen because one of the... Well, the Japanese side loves to try and pick the 8th, but looks like we didn't get it this time. You scouts. mission. New York here. Arm. What about New Orleans? Alright, should be able to deploy from New Orleans. I'm trying to rotate to Hawaii. Be more experienced players. Ships for USA are so slow too. Third fleet is ready to go. Everything looks good. Up 50. Oh, Hawaii now. Okay. I'm going to supply stuff first for it. couple of light cruisers. I'm gonna get the 5th fleet started here. The 4th fleet will get the carrier that we're trying to rush over. That carrier is not gonna be for a little bit, and we don't have a 5th carrier deployed right now, so the 5th fleet's not gonna have a carrier. Actually, I didn't have to put that together in order to do this. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Now the question is, I think the Valley of the Heavy Cruisers. This is going to be a battleship destroyers. Alright. I mean, yeah. Actually, no, you know what? Because I'm getting other battleships coming in. I'm going to wait to build the 5th fleet until like the 14th fleet arrives. Yeah, it's just the 6th fleet. I'm commanding main. Oh, got a spy hiding at San Francisco base. Now it looks like we caught a spy in New York. Looks like the 13th Fleet has arrived. No. I kind of forgot about this carrier when I was thinking about the way I was going to do the ships. So this will let us build the 4th Fleet. And we'll build a 16th Fleet when Fleet 6 hits Hawaii. It's our last heavy cruiser. No, it's not. 5. We got 5 of them. This is the last one. That's right. Still got 2 more heavy cruisers. Okay. That's right, I forgot to order the fleet. Commander on that fleet. Be Fletcher. Callahan onto Fletcher's old post. Serve those ships. Have 11th and 12th fleets. steward. That's the sign of the right. Okay, yeah. So, and the mute phase. Main phase. '16th could be, I think, another date. Japan could have possibly decided to go to war. Yep, there we go. So they declared war here. Has declared war on USA. until the 14th fleet is here now to build the next fleet. Yeah, I should take control of the 14th fleet. Annually, just to make sure that they get there as quickly as they can, because they just have like such a small mover. I had to get the carrier a little bit faster, although it's funny that it was still dependent now for its deployment on the battleships that it was paired with. Would have got there a lot faster though if I didn't have to fuck around with the fleet thing for a couple of days on it. So yeah. Base air forces. Control to attack. But we are at war. But he set the submarines to attack orders. There we go. Change page. We couldn't give the occupy orders until war was declared, unfortunately, so we could not really order some of the Marines the way I wanted to, or I want to, prior to war being declared. Now we got battle phase. Aircraft is approaching the base in Atu. We don't have any ground units here, so we're not gonna watch the battle. We're just gonna let it simulate. Looks like they're going after the Aleutian Islands first. Dang. Like all their carriers up there. Now it's approaching. Won't bother to watch since we don't have any defensive forces here. And they land the troops, they're just gonna capture that right away. and takes the first base. Sometimes the controls are a little finicky. Menus where it snaps just to the bases. Take base. So kind of spot. Let's go. Troops over there. Oh wait, shoot. We have the one battleship because I didn't dismantle the 14th fleet. Okay, now we can build. Make a couple more fleets as well. Now all of the carriers are deployed into fleets. And we're out of heavy cruisers. So we'll build some... what would essentially be carrier fleets, except all our carriers are currently deployed. These will have our light cruisers. Second. 2 light cruisers. 3 destroyers. One too far. go in base. Just that. And that. Actually, wait. You. I don't think I T you. Good there. We've got the majority of our ships fielded. We have a ton of destroyers, though, so those are all just sitting in reserve for now. But destroyers tend to get destroyed somewhat frequently, so Red fleet's messing with our all. I only have one more dock, so 5 and 6 are gonna get fixed. Get their equipment put on. 7 is gonna do something different. Okay. Box. This one I want to do soft instead of circular. Phase. First fleet has made it to Marshall. We'll watch this battle. Won't do independence. And we'll just order landing on this. Is this okay? Yes. So combat with fleets involved, there are 10 turns to a battle. So each side gets 10 turns essentially. For each division that is at a base, you get one shot from each division basically on each turn that you can take. Typically, if you watch battles, more damage will happen than if you simulate the battles. Hopefully the ports are actually able to get in there and land. I might have to do like manual control of the transports. I can't undo what I did. But sometimes I think some formations can cause transports to have trouble actually getting to the land and landing. transports can do, though, when they are auto-following orders, they can move up the land and land the troops on the same turn, and you can't do that controlling them manually. That's a little interesting. But Troops landed. But the Ellet provided cover for the transport. Well, in a single day with a single fleet because we watched that battle. Mostly, I think. Hey. It is one of the goals we have for this month. Or no, it isn't. Palmyra. We just took over the Marshall Islands. So I gotta update all the Marines that are ordered to occupy that base. Set them to defend it. Also, I get why you say defend Hawaii. Also, I think if I go into goals, we can see the overall. Yeah, so to obtain victory in this scenario, we have to occupy Tokyo, or reduce the Japanese GNP to 0, or achieve total base yield of over 1,800. Right now, our total base yield is only 700 before. Should pretty much be everything. I'm just gonna check our submarines real quick. So then check all the submarines. I just ordered the 7th one because they were doing nothing, and then did not just confirm that all the other ones. All right, they're good. It's good. I believe we're good on aircraft supply. Yep. Actually, wait. What aircraft is on the watts? Okay. A full complement, and just 4 scouts. Alright, I believe you guys are good to go. Sweet, it's also good. Got scouts. Options should be set. Yep. They don't need aircraft, do they? Nope. This fleet is mostly good to go, but I'm gonna order it to supply here first. Might pick up some, like an army division or something. Ba-da-da-da. cache slot again. Second and fourth fleets. Step away for a minute. Be right back. One record, nice. just a little bit longer here. Got 2 battleships and a destroyer at Marcus. There's 5 destroyers and transports. We have forces here, but I think we don't watch because we're defending. Way less damage is done all around. Damn, 2 units landed. They all made it to Palmyra. Now can head over to Gilbert. Yeah, Guam is probably the target. Damn it. Torpedo tubes are damaged. What? For damage we didn't quite make it sink. Engine lands. Why have you not attacked the island? That and troops on at Gilbert completing that goal before the end of this month. Be a little bit annoyed. Eighth Fleet has come back for more. Not gonna watch it. They should land. Guam has fallen at the end of the month here. But with that, it'll be time for our next conference. Completed construction of light cruiser. Succeeded in developing the following aircraft: the TPF Avenger fleet attack. Stats. And as their supply distribution. And our invitation. But I'm going to stop here for the night. It is rather late and we've been going quite a while. This up another time. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate the support and appreciate y'all being here. I'll catch you next time. Till then, take care, everybody.